intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignore me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control, by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your stuff? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. Bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would stalk her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking overlying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronic with Rashady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Well, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Right? Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucking killing the vibe, bitch. What? Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All
guys.
right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person.
I know it. Let's see here. God damn it, dude. Can you hear him?
Yes, the dog is.
Damn it, dude.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. Motherfucker's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How y'all doing? Fine Monday morning. We're going to watch Kayla's high ass try to come in here and testify. I think she's higher than Cooter Brown. Holy shit. Yes, girl, she's got to be high. I was sitting here watching this and she's nodding the fuck off. I can't believe they're letting her testify like this. This shit blows my fucking mind. Blows my fucking mind. I can't believe this shit. This shit is nuts. I'm like, how fucking high are you? Really? How fucking high are you? Oh, and yes, I will be holding a panel on Granny's watching tonight. So if anybody wants to come up, anybody has anything to say, you're welcome. It's a free-for-all, right? That's what we doing? Okay, well, that's how we doing. So that's how we doing. That's how we gonna do it? I guess that's how we gonna do it. So I got a live scheduled for, I think, 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. And it'll be an open panel for Granny's watching. Anybody's welcome. The link will be pinned. That's right. The link will be pinned. Anybody's welcome. We're going to do we're going to do a trash Granny panel, right? That's what we're going to do? Okay. You want my fucking attention that bad? You got it, baby. You got it. Yeah, she's medicated, though. But look, she might be medicated, but she's overly medicated right now. You know what I'm saying? Like she's either her dose is too high or something. Something's fucking going on. Girl, there's so many people that have something to say. Fuck. I'm telling you now, it's going to be a wild motherfucking ride. Look out. She already knows what time it is. And all I did was make a fucking post yesterday. How many live streams have been fucking done either about me or turned into about me? How many? A shit ton. So let's just keep it at that. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is the first one that I've held with her completely about her. I made a fucking community tab and you would have thought I fucking done killed her goddamn animal or something. Holy fuck. It was terrible. Then she had her little fucking simps coming over, spamming my fucking chat. As soon as they would spam my fucking chat and then they would fucking turn around and fucking leave, deleting comments and shit. I'm like, what you're not going to do is play in my fucking comment section like a fucking 5-year-old, okay? That's what we're not going to do. Ridiculous. So anyhow, yep, we got a live tonight and we're going to get it in. So here we go. I got to go let everybody know we're even nobody even knows that we're live. So give me a minute and we'll start this now.
Yes.
I got to speed this up because I can't do the slow shit.
I believe when we left off on Friday morning, by the way.
Okay. Does that sound okay for y'all or is it too fast?
We were talking about.
Yeah, she's shady and does a lot of nasty shit. And she's taking a lot of fucking jabs.
You were arrested on 2
and
charges.
I've had enough, dude. I'm done. We've already talked once. We've already talked once. We've already had. I thought we had an understanding. I don't fucking trash her in my goddamn panel. I don't do panels about her. I don't allow people to come over here and talk shit in my fucking chats about her nonstop. I thought there was an understanding. Apparently, I was fucking mistaken. And then we got fucking Cartman over there running her fucking mouth. No, see, no. Okay, Cartman. Like I said, I thought we was done, but see, I guess if we want to go there, we'll go there, baby. We'll finish it off.
The police that you wanted to talk to him, but it took a while before you actually talked to him because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
Whether or not she was alive?
Yes.
When she went missing?
Yes.
Under what circumstances she went missing?
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit, though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included the investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is the timeline of your accusations against Adam. So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present.
Yes.
And the police were generally the ones asking questions.
Yes.
But there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
And there was a break in between, but between the two of them, it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie.
Yes.
And that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
The plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
And on June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there.
Yes.
And generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And under that agreement, you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out. You could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
Okay. Now, after you reached the agreement, you pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people.
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally the police were asking the questions.
Yes.
And the prosecutor from the state might ask a few.
Yes.
But he was there for the whole thing watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023. And then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
At the Women's State Prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy, somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And that meeting was also a long meeting?
Yes.
Reviewing things that you had said before?
Yes.
Reviewing what your testimony would be at trial?
Yes.
Questioning some things that you had to say?
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January?
Yes.
Same sort of situation?
Yes.
That was around January 10?
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before?
Yes.
Questioning you on the stuff that you had said before?
Yes.
And getting ready to testify here?
Yes.
And then January 19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Sorry. Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before?
Yes.
Going over what you're going to say to the jury?
Yes.
And there might be some questions about what you said before, and so you kind of go back through it and work through that?
Yes.
And that was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said?
Yes.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury and before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27?
Yes.
You lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes, a few weeks.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December 7.
Yes.
A little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're evicted, you take some items with you.
Yes.
Take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes, we all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth?
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene.
Yes.
And some clothes for each of them.
Yes.
In addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan.
Yes.
And diapers.
Yes.
And food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids.
Yes.
Coats and shoes.
Yes.
And socks.
Yes.
And the next day was Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No, I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up.
Yes.
And she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while.
Yes.
And you used that time to clean up the kids.
Yes.
Because they had been in the car the night before.
Yes.
And to clean them up a lot better than just wiping the boys when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth.
Yes.
And changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren.
Yes.
Including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
The 29th, yes.
Okay. And that was a car accident with Tabitha Scott in the front seat, you in the back seat with the kids.
Yes.
And Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident.
Yes.
And you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of...
He was in a car seat.
Okay. And Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car that were, and one was unrestrained.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No, but okay. I don't remember that.
See, I don't like her condescending fucking attitude. I just don't fucking like it. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm fucking just being an asshole today. I don't know, but I don't fucking like it. Like, you fucking had hand in murdering a child. I don't understand how the fuck you can even act like that. Anyhow, though, I appreciate y'all. I see you showing some love. Midwest, let's see here. She'll always be a liar. Girl, I agree. Member for a month. I appreciate you, baby. Doors of Perception. Thank you for the 1999 super sticker. I appreciate that, love. I'd probably need something to be on that stand too. Not condoning. Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe... I don't know. I'm not saying, maybe she does. You know what I'm saying? Because people do have anxiety. I get it. But, I mean, how the fuck are you up here higher than fuck? No. No. And like I said, in my opinion, she's high. Maybe she's not here. You know what? We'll do a poll with the chat. What y'all think? You think she's fucking under the influence of something? You think she's high or not? I mean, maybe this is just how she is sober. But that's a stretch to me.
happening.
Okay. Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And Tabitha was somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th, and you made up a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about December 1? Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car.
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay. You said that Anthony Badero, and am I pronouncing that right? Badero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that he would come down, she would wave to him.
Yes.
And he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not under a cover when she would wave to Anthony Badero.
No.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Badero's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Now, there was another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay. So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would it?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4-page document, and I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think if you reviewed the accident report, it might refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident outside the clinic.
Okay. And I think we talked about that a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well.
Yes.
During your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha.
All right, Sammy, you know what, baby? I agree with you, but then again, I don't. The only reason I say that is because Adam is not talking and he won't talk. So the only way, which half of it's, to me, half of it's believable, half of it's not. But let me just say this. I know she's a liar. She's, doing 18 months for perjury. I understand that she, has told some lies, but I do feel like some of the things that she's saying are true. And I don't feel like Adam would have ever came out and said anything like that or admitted to anything going on. So while I think it's shit she got immunity in only 18 months for playing a major role in her death, in my opinion, I think that if they wouldn't have given her immunity, she probably would not have spoke or, not like she is now, and I think that's the only reason why they did what they did, so that they could have details of what had happened to get a conviction on Adam.
or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden under a blanket.
No.
Now, do you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months.
Yes.
And your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in the same position one time for a certain amount of time, right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
And fussy.
Yes.
And Declan, if he gets fussy, will cry.
Yes.
And that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony, also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you entertained them was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places.
Well, goddamn, there's a lot she don't remember.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that
you don't remember going there? You don't remember really? Good morning, y'all. Anybody that's coming in, everybody that's coming in, good morning, good morning. But God, man, she can't remember. I don't remember this. I don't remember that. Don't remember the time. Don't remember the phone call. Don't remember the wreck. Don't remember. What do you remember?
You entertain them.
I don't remember what we did with them. I just remember living in the car.
Okay. But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you play?
Yeah, Friday she knew everything. Friday she answered every single question. Friday her memory didn't fail her not a single bit, did it? No, it didn't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. She might be afraid of getting caught lying. She don't want to catch another fucking perjury charge. Shit, I don't blame her, but goddamn. Don't sit here and say you don't remember because you're making yourself look foolish like that now. Come on. You don't remember what you did with your kids. You don't remember playing with your kids. You don't remember feeding your kids. Like, what? You don't remember taking them to the park or nothing. Like, what the fuck you mean?
Or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had. You would eat things like tortilla wraps.
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
Bananas.
Yes.
Peanut butter.
Yes.
Apples.
I don't remember apples.
Baby food.
Yes.
Cereal.
Yes.
Formula.
Yes.
And if you had cereal, you had milk.
I don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
okay,
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry?
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food?
Yes.
Little bits, right?
Well, yeah,
and
most
you'd have
moms
to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth,
bit
right?
of their stuff.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
baby food?
Baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing that direction so I could feed him.
Okay. And diapers?
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be
Yes.
going to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was still just a baby.
I don't remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers.
Yes.
And you would change them where?
In the car.
Yeah.
And
She got 3 kids. You got 2 babies in diapers going to the bathroom all day long. And poor Harmony, she can't hold her bladder. Why? Because she's being abused and the trauma. And it's just, oh, God, these poor babies.
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
But you remember that you would?
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any like restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November. Is that the last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids, right?
I wouldn't, but if I was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then yeah.
Okay. You had your own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
Yes.
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't.
Right.
Sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom.
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
Yes.
Perhaps convenience store?
Yes.
Perhaps Walmart?
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store and you would clean her up, right?
Yes.
And she would not be under a blanket.
No.
Right? And sometimes she didn't go with you.
Right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
Yes.
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
Yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay. So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes.
And I'll call it pee and poop. Okay.
Yes.
And so you said that she did both.
Yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her out. That would be you and Adam?
Yes.
And when how many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
Yes.
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her?
Yes.
You would wipe her with the baby wipes?
Yes.
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more clean?
No.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
Sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life?
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you try to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Something you might have thought of, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other and the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you sue them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Badero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice and he would get in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So you didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Badero's car and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. So he would have Adam driving him places?
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Badero wasn't. Did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to count your pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that?
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right? Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Approach. Objection is sustained. The question can be rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together, after a while, Adam would be able to come back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Okay. And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back to the parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
The prosecutor who actually has her up on the stand, who cut her that fucking sweet little deal she got, he's trying to stop that shit. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Can we rephrase that? The jury shouldn't hear that. Leading.
And that he asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
Would front
Shit,
you a bag
see?
because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badero's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you.
Conveniently, she doesn't remember that day. Right.
The
Sidebar.
transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the
But
23rd.
Anthony's on the witness list as well. Okay. We might have to go watch that when he gets on
And
the
it's
stand.
marked Defendant's Exhibit 2D2 for ID.
Could you say that? Could you just repeat the ID?
Exhibit number D2 for ID.
D2. Okay, D2. Thank you.
So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Now, we talked about your interview on June 23rd with police. I'll come up in a second, right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded, right?
Yes.
And Detective Jack Dunleavy was there?
Yes.
And Detective Max Rahill?
Yes.
And a U.S. Marshal was there?
Yes.
And an Assistant Attorney General was there?
Yes.
And your attorney was there?
Yes.
And you were there?
Yes.
And that was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay? See the date?
Yes.
And the people that were present?
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page, and like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
Yes.
Why it's all muted out. Here we go. Oh.
Your recollection about what you did that day?
I remember saying that.
Damn.
Your recollection about what you did that day?
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay? And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And they wanted you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing on that day. Like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in. So it was not me, but if I could make sure mine's off. You're not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
drugs from your friend Tone Badero.
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Okay, but you're not disagreeing that you told them that that's what you did that day.
Right.
Okay. And Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free.
Right.
But that's not what he normally does.
Right.
Okay. And throughout the time that you were in the car, Adam would do things to find ways to get money to buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
And you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot.
Right.
Because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet? I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
I don't remember that.
Almost every morning, you went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
You would get up and you would leave the parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King.
Yes.
Might go to a gas station.
Yes.
Might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember that.
Okay, if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right, but never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Overruled. No.
Okay.
We'd change her clothes.
Okay. But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
The leggings that you remembered that she was wearing?
Right.
Those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house?
No.
Okay. And I was talking about money, that Adam would find ways to get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for
Yes.
that crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Yes.
And so you may not get that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money and a better situation, right?
No.
Okay. Doing the drugs sort of eased life's worries?
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the kids.
Right.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing, or Seamus, Peter pooped in the car, or Harmony, Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay. We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car, and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours? You said, yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that.
Yeah, it was still like it was the middle of the night.
And so in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying.
Yes.
Screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well, that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying, right?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the time, unless they were used to their
and then what did you
sister
do?
crying and
What did
getting
I do?
hurt.
Yeah.
Because then in that case, they would think it was normal because they're
Okay.
little.
What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No.
Did you clean Harmony?
No.
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably
What a
different, right?
bitch.
Right.
Both
The
of them-
car already stunk.
It stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car.
Your nasty
and
little
food
dirty
being left
ass in
around
the car.
Right. And body odor.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so if Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped
What a bitch.
at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her
Wow.
sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
What the fuck?
Because I
See,
was scared of Adam.
Did he?
it's things like that right there that I don't give a flying fuck how scared you claim to be.
Tell you don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has, and I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay. And then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No.
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning?
7.
Okay. So you sat in the car and did nothing until 7 in the morning?
Right.
And you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
I believe that you testified on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry?
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay. And he got mad at her for peeing or pooping in the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from 2 or 3 in the morning?
No.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning? So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic because I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot.
Yes.
And that made him mad, you said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic?
It just smelled like urination all the time.
Okay. And she didn't have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front?
Yes.
And other people are also getting their dosage?
Yes.
And at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well, I'll take that back. So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at that paperwork, saw that you went in first.
Yes.
And then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No.
Why?
Because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, I'm hungry, and I'm sure the kids are hungry.
Yes.
And it was you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No.
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too.
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids.
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that Adam, I'm sorry, on March 16 of 2023, do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit. Actually, I'm going to use a different copy. Yes.
Here we are back on silent again. Let's skip through this.
Of March 16, 2023. And like before, I'm going to ask you to read a portion of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
So here it is. Not quite as pretty. I'm going to be asking you about this, but you could read before or after.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you, during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away, that's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong. And one of your claims is that on the way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells urine and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic.
Yes.
And he struck her in the head.
Yes.
In front of the clinic.
In the car, yes.
In the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making weird noises on the way to Burger King.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again.
Yes.
And yelling at her.
Yes.
And striking her 3 to 4 times each event.
Yes.
And Harmony's crying.
Yes.
And Declan's crying.
Yes.
And Seamus is crying.
No.
Why not?
Not just because somebody's crying doesn't mean the other one cries.
Adam yelling in the car.
Yeah.
Not cause Seamus to cry.
No.
And Adam striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No, he didn't.
And Harmony crying in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No.
Okay. Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard it this time. I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay. So Adam thought perhaps he went overboard?
Yes.
And this was pulling into the parking lot at Burger King?
Yes.
And so being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you spoke to police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash. Basis?
Well, come on. Why does he keep doing this? He wants to make her look good and she looks terrible. Even Kiwi agrees. Huh. That's fucking terrible.
We'll resume the testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Same reminders, ladies and gentlemen. Don't talk about the testimony, please. You may sit down. All right, 15 minutes, everybody.
Okay, so we're on a break here. Let's see, where's our poll? How's this going here? Yeah, so 87% says you. Okay, so do you think Kayla is overly medicated or high on something? 87% said yes. 13% said no. We're going to have to fast forward through the... Oh, here we go, back here. Here we go.
everyone's ready, we'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated.
Right before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, I'm going to ask you again to read what you need to, but this will be what I'm asking you about.
Come on, answer. Come on now.
So you told the police in June 23rd of 2022 that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card, right?
No. Right.
So after this panic that you say that Adam feels goes up to the drive-thru, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way into the drive-thru, right?
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to make the order.
Yes.
And you ordered croissants and hash browns.
Yes.
And this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around, turn, and go to where you actually have communication with a live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over, but Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
It might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay. So assuming cash, but card would be the same. You turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money.
Yes.
And then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes a bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking Harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking Harmony, the children are screaming.
Yes.
Going in through the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Going through the Burger King order spot.
Yes.
And going through the Burger King drive-thru.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony.
Right. Right.
She was just laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Harmony is moaning in the back seat?
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but you were, was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No.
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't check on her, right?
No.
Didn't throw a cover on her?
No.
Didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet?
No. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. Okay. Did you ask to run in and maybe get...
Which, if you think about it, that's really fucking sad because more than likely that means they're used to that.
Some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No.
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
No.
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
No, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay. All right. And he was upset with the smell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think that, did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay. Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him, Adam.
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt a child.
Right.
Especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with a face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Because his face was pure evil.
Why you? So that means you sat idly by why this man beat the fuck out of a beautiful little fucking girl and didn't do shit because of the look in his eye. I don't give a goddamn. There ain't no fucking way. I would take an ass whooping any day and do whatever I had to do to get the fuck out of a situation like that, especially with my babies.
Right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
Well, that's hard to say.
Okay. A person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, you felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay. And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
And
matter of fact, when she says she took off running, she took her daughter and took off running and left her 2 sons with Adam after he had done all these horrific things to Harmony.
when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil. Right?
No.
Okay. So
exactly. It's not the face of pure evil, and he's not a fucking horrible piece of shit in your mind if you want to get back with him. You want to get back with him and you want him to father your children. Are you fucking just, I fucking can't. I fucking cannot. I don't see how you could look at a man and be fucking attracted to him after you watched him punch a little girl in the fucking head and in the face. I couldn't even look that sorry piece of shit in the eyes. Ain't no fucking way. I don't think any of us could. This is fucking horrible. Like, it's
you said
enraging.
to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So, do you remember telling the police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No.
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, your car died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
Yes.
Okay, so you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
Yes.
All right. And
Yeah, she shows no emotion, but guess what? Now we know why Adam doesn't want to be in the courtroom.
You don't recall
Fucking
talking to the
monsters.
police about feeding your children in the backseat at the Colonial?
No.
All right. First of all, we'll, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the behind the driver?
No.
You've got Seamus there now.
Yes.
And so you're having Declan in the middle seat.
Yes.
And Harmony is on the passenger side behind you.
Yes.
And Declan is under a year.
Yes.
And you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay.
So she fed her two boys food, but then when she handed food back to Harmony, she dropped it on the floor. She just assumed she grabbed it. What? Basically, it seems like they fucking starved her and tortured her ass. Made her sit in her urine and feces in the fucking car. Barely feeding her, dropping her food on the floorboard where urine and feces were at as well. Beating the hell out of her and not fucking, sitting idly by. And she's only got 18 months for perjury. She's gotten full immunity to say whatever she wants, to pretty much put out anything she wants right now. So part of me believes that some of the shit she's saying is true. There's some things I do think that she's lying about. But you can't sit here and say this man's a horrible fucking monster and he's a horrible person, and then you want to get back with him and have him father your kids and raise your kids. No. Ain't no fucking way I could ever be or look at a man attracted or attractive again after you hit a child and punch a child in the head and in the face, make him sit in their urine, screaming and yelling. No, absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
So you would break off a little piece of hash brown?
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
And would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No.
You just sort of put it back there?
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put little pieces of food in Declan's mouth?
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus. Okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes.
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
Right.
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
Right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around.
Okay. Why not?
Because I could see him. I just handed it to him like that. He was in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you remember describing to the police? Oh, and also you said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her, yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her, and then there was one for Adam and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think she's leaning against her brother beside her.
Yes.
And then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And you don't check on her.
No.
Don't check and see if she's eating.
No.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, because they're younger.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And so after that, you went up to Bodero's to get some drugs.
We went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Bodero's to get some drugs.
Overruled. Counsel approach.
You got some drugs. So after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember doing that.
You remember having
counsel approach?
You did it every fucking day. What do you mean? How do you not fucking remember getting drugs and doing drugs? You did it every fucking day. You used dope every day from the time you got up to the time you went to bed, and you guys did methadone because you knew. Look,
you did not ask.
The only reason why they took methadone was because they could use on top of it. You can't use with Suboxone. Methadone, you can't.
Bodero to call 911?
No.
You did not ask your friend Bodero to come out to the car to maybe help you while you checked on Harmony?
No.
You did not ask to take Harmony up to Bodero's apartment to maybe clean her up and make sure she was okay?
No.
Okay. And fair to say today you don't know where you got those drugs from?
We were always at Colonial Village where he lived, and he said that we got drugs off of.
Okay. And but you do recall actually feeding all three children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about why you left the Colonial at that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay. Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that he, Adam, struck her God knows how many times.
Yes.
And that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
So to toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King?
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check?
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her?
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I don't
Okay.
remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay. And then you say that at the intersection.
But you wanted this man to come back and father your kids. You wanted him to come back and raise him. You love him. You're in love with him, right? That's.
Wait, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay. Not crack.
I don't remember if we did that or not.
Okay. So when you said on direct that it was heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl?
Yes.
Okay. And so we discussed timing with the Colonial at 7 and then the breakdown late morning, right?
Yes.
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
We were at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall going back to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
You're talking about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I remember when we got brought back.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And how long did it take you to walk to Miss Rivadero's from the car?
I don't know. It felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay. So let's see. In that time that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
No. Is this? Yes.
Sorry. Harmony was on the 7th between your 7 o'clock session dosage at the clinic to Burger King to the parking lot to using drugs to late morning driving away.
Yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay. Okay. So,
Didn't even make any sense.
somewhere important you had to go with Harmony in the car and you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster and Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4-lane.
Yes.
4-lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2-lane.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were.
Yeah. And then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
I don't remember which way we were going, but I knew we were at the light. First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4-lane part or the 2-lane of Elm Street or the 2-lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay. And the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
And there are cars around you.
Yes.
Honking.
Yes.
Looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around?
Yes.
Or you're waving them around?
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And Adam, I think you said got the duffel bag out of the trunk?
Yes.
Because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
And Harmony's body was in that duffel bag already.
No.
Overruled. You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Right.
With Harmony in the car like she was?
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should.
Yes. Well, approach if you want to approach.
Pack up and go to Badero's, right?
Right.
And that was your idea?
No.
It wasn't?
No.
I'm going to refer you to, I'm going to approach first, Your Honor. I'm going to move this foot a bit because it might be hidden by it. And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area.
Okay.
And you told Adam that you should go to Badero's, right?
I asked him if we should.
Okay. So it was your idea. Right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay. So you got your purse and you got some stuff in the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids?
Yes.
And you couldn't take too much with you because you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct, you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yes.
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And Adam checked breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
And so that didn't happen? You don't have a recollection of Adam putting his hand over her heart?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay, so he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Copy of that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
But I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
I don't remember.
And you also checked Harmony, and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists.
Yeah.
And you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you're sort of moving, waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay. So are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
Now, on direct, you said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that, you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After.
After what?
After we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car to get stuff out.
Uh-huh.
And he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes.
You were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember that day of him doing that. I just remember cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions, and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose, and he had blood on his hands from hitting her, and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled.
I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said, no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Right.
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her on her that day.
Right.
And you said you saw dry blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dry blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Approach.
It's getting real fucking old that he's trying to save her ass by fucking.
I'm going to show you. Again, it's that transcript from June 23rd. And ask you to review portions of that transcript. I'm going to show you 229 down to all of 229 and 230.
Well, come on. Shit.
Help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And you get your kids arranged as well inside.
Yes.
And then you walk down the street, and I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so.
Yes.
And you are walking with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you know?
He asked me to do it.
Okay. And you didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay. Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at FIT.
He was thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
Okay. So he mentioned it at FIT's, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a place at Union Street, right?
Yes.
And somehow the body has returned to FIT?
Yes.
Before you moved to Union Street?
Yes.
And you don't know how?
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay. And you brought it? The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes.
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your two sons.
Yes.
And now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie?
No.
Okay. And when you got to Portland Pie, you and Adam put the body in a refrigerator?
It was his job.
Okay.
So he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry, I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street, you're on a second floor?
Yes.
And you sign the lease and everything like that, and Adam brings the body upstairs?
Yes.
And the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator?
It's in the tote. When we were walking to Union Street, the bag was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
Okay. And from the closet, it went to the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, before I was specifically going over your activities at FIT and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective Dunleavy after the June 3rd interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's what you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
Okay.
Counselor, go ahead, approach. As I said, I look for
And another lie. And another one.
So we are going to we're going to break for lunch, so I'm going to ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock, please. We'll start at hopefully at about 5 after. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Do not do any independent research. Make sure all your banners and notifications are turned off on your phones. No independent research. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you about 1 o'clock.
All right, the jury.
So we're all caught up, and we're going to wait for her to get back, I guess. So at this point, we can either talk some shit or we can wait and take a break or whatever. Go grab your drinks, your snacks. It shouldn't take too long for them to... Kiwi babe. While we're waiting, you guys want to put something else on? They should be back in about 15 minutes. So, okay, while we're waiting, y'all want to put something else on? I think the link should be pinned. Is it pinned? I dropped it a couple times for anybody that wants to come up that's watching this or whatever. And if you're not, that's fine too or whatever. But hold on. Even coming down from drugs makes them even more evil, in my opinion. They are focused on one thing and one thing only. Have you ever been an addict at Natalie? Okay, again, asking respectfully. Oh, I didn't realize you were responding to somebody else. I'm sorry. I was going to say, I don't think we were too far behind. We were caught up with them now, so we're just waiting on them to come back. Shit. I didn't think we were that far behind. Okay, this is from a couple days ago, but look how drastically different she is. Go look, check this out.
After his methadone treatment,
when Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine, and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King?
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot?
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can.
She was making a weird noise because she was probably gargling, and she just seems like she's so upset, and she's crying, and she's sad, and she's just completely different to the way she's acting today, like condescending as hell, just like Lord.
What happened on your route from Habitopco to that Burger King?
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights, he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said There were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
He said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like, I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to help, to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looks at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it. And I couldn't stop him from hitting her because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either going to hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
But you want this man to come back. You wanted to be with him. You wanted him to father your children and be a good dad. This shit makes me sick. Makes me fucking sick. Man. Hold on, babe. Put the screen up and bring you up. How are you, baby? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you, love?
Hey, girl. Not too good watching this. Forgive my voice. I have strep.
No, it's okay.
But so my question is, if she gets caught perjuring again, what are the penalties for that?
You know, I'm not too sure because at this point right now, she has full immunity. So anything she says or does, it doesn't get held against her.
So she can lie?
Yep.
Okay. I was hoping she would lie and have to serve time, but I guess that's not what's going to happen.
I mean, if it's like, if she were to continue telling a bunch of lies, yeah, they probably would. But at this point, Adam's not talking. No one else is talking. So they're going off of what she's saying.
Okay, Queen. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. It's disturbing, though. And I'm sorry. I just it was bothering the hell out of me, too.
Oh, yeah. So, I would love, well, never mind. I can't say what I'd love to happen to her.
I think we're all feeling that way.
I hope the girls that she's in her cell with, I hope they're able to watch this, and I hope some kind of justice comes to her.
It will.
No matter what it is. And I'm not a vengeance-seeking person, but I do, in this case, hope the worst for her, since she can't get sentenced to prison for even small amount of time that Harmony was alive. I mean, 5 years seems like a pretty good marker, not this small amount of time. That
18 months is what she got. That's a pretty fucking sweet deal for being involved in a child's murder.
You better believe it is. But anyway, I hope that she gets what's coming to her inside that jail cell with mothers that have maybe lost children due to murder.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to say, Queen.
Well, thank you for coming up, love. I appreciate you.
All right. Love you, girl.
We love you, baby.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, kind of. Between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How is he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other 2 children at that time?
In the back seat.
What were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
See what I mean? She's acting a whole lot different here than she is now. She's acting cocky as fuck right now. Condescending as hell.
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No.
Did he stop after that?
Shit, so much so that they had to throw a blanket over her just to go through the damn drive-through. They even got into a goddamn car wreck, and the police officer didn't even know she was in the damn car because they covered her up with a fucking blanket. Didn't even get her checked, nothing, because they didn't want her to see. They didn't want anybody to see the abuse that she had been going through. I can't even imagine what she was thinking. And being told it was her fault, and just, you know what I mean? Just being hit, and oh my God. I'm just, yuck to look at her and know that she's only got 18 months for helping, take this baby's life, in my opinion. That's not justice. Giving her full immunity and listening to the shit she's saying and how fucking condescending she's being. No.
Shortly after that.
Shortly after that.
I don't know if you guys were listening or if you were here or maybe you were busy or whatever, but this basically she said she let her sit in her pee, her urine, and her fecal, matter to feces, and let her sit in it in the car. Did you change her? Nope. Did you take her to the bathroom? Did you let her sit in it? Yep. What the fuck? Matter of fact, we can even go back a little bit just so y'all can see the difference. So here she is today, and here's how she's acting today compared to her other one.
switch over now to when you go to fit. Okay?
Which time?
With Adam, Declan, and Seamus.
Okay.
And the body of Harmony.
Okay.
And so Adam no longer had a car after December 7th, right?
Right.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car, right?
That was way before.
Okay. And you still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think you actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you off.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
Okay. And
anyhow, y'all can see you can see a big fucking difference in her whole demeanor. All right, give me, I don't know, about 5 minutes. I'm gonna let my dogs and stuff out, and I'll be right back.
Ready to bring the witness back? Your Honest. Counsel, the issue that I asked you to look at earlier. That's you want to approach. Please ready? Please rise for the jurors.
All right.
Please be seated.
I'm going to go a little, sorry, a little bit backwards from what we were talking about when we took the break and talk about the order of the children in the car in the back seat. Declan, I think you said, had a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus had a car seat.
Yes.
And Harmony would wear a seatbelt.
Yes.
And I think that you said earlier today, Declan was in the middle, Seamus was on the driver's side, and Harmony was in the passenger side.
Yes.
In May 16 of, well, actually, in June of 2023, you described Harmony in the back seat after Burger King, leaning on Seamus's seat.
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was June 23rd that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you were on May 16, 2023, you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time he was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them. I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah, she always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And that you were not looking, but you were sitting and just handing stuff back.
Right.
Okay. So, a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the plastic thing with the tote inside was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator.
The bag was in the tote in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about events in the freezer. I mean, in the shower. And described for the jury lime.
Yes.
And that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom. Is that what you're saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay. It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime? In the
It
bathroom?
wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay. You said that lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body getting put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And you talked on direct about a tool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors.
Yes.
And you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors.
Yes.
And cut off her leggings.
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claim to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No, I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk.
And very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome power tools if they were used?
I believe so. Yeah, it was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right.
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
Right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom, you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for what?
No.
For a few times.
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going.
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something.
Yes.
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay. Away from the tub.
Yes.
Okay. But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously.
Yes.
The whole time.
Yes.
And you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I saw. I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it going the whole time?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time.
Okay. Okay.
Because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag.
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag.
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning, and I was there in the end.
Excuse me. Sir, you need to step out or turn the pager off. Okay, please step out. Thank you. You would re-ask your question, Attorney Smith.
I forgot what it was. Okay. So what you're saying now is you didn't know if the shower was going the whole time?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time?
Right.
But you never saw any?
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools?
Yes.
And specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
And it was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment?
No.
Before or since?
I'm sorry?
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And they actually showed you pictures of power tools.
Yes.
To ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not. It's remarked.
Judy Smith for identification or full?
Full.
Any objection? All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture. And ask you if you recognize that. What's in that picture?
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw.
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord.
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full exhibit.
To be entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay. Got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID. And I'm going to ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position. But read that portion at least.
Yeah, it wasn't cordless.
Okay, but the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And the photograph that's been marked as I is at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it wasn't cordless, the one that was in the house, the apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink.
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. We'll get there. Okay. So earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
Yeah.
And you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or, I'm sorry, initialed it, right? Yeah. Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. And I keep saying sign and I'm misstating. You initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 63.
For identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently.
Yes.
In one of those prep sessions.
Yes.
And back in March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor. And the name of the type of saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 Fuel 18 volt lithium ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch tool only. Okay.
Yes.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs, you identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit I.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
This cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it. It's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay. And there were never any new tools in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you're talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May.
I don't know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay. And so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder, did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, oh, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those.
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
Because Adam asked to take it, and I told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay. And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay. And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
Because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing company, and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay. So if it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. The police showed you photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot
Yeah.
in the photograph. I may publish, Your Honor. So let me talk about what you've described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at Fit and put into the shower at Fit.
Yes.
And put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in this CMC bag for a while.
Yes.
And then you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to
Yes, here, I'll correct this right now. There's an account that has been cloned. More than likely, I believe, in my opinion, it's Sinner and Emmy. But they have cloned Julie's account just like they cloned my account. They're pretty good for that. They're good for, lying and cloning up accounts and making accounts and then making them say shit that they really, people really didn't say. So yeah, there's a fake account that they've made, and Julie, and we already have it screenshotted and we have the link and we're watching it. So if you guys, when you see it, block it, report it. That's all you can really do. Block it from your chats.
and that Harmony.
I figured she was going to be pretty fucking mad today when I was. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, I knew they'd clone me, but I didn't realize they were using it again. Yeah, I had heard they were using it again. But that's because they want to screenshot. They want to make comments and then screenshot them for their own lives and their own videos. That's how they come up with their. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous that they got to clone you for content. Ridiculous. I've been reporting it and even had sent YouTube my freaking ID to verify. Yeah, you got to give them a little bit of time. They'll get there.
Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
And that then it was Harmony's body was in the refrigerator in that bag.
Yes.
And then Harmony's body was in the bathroom with water running and her body and lime and all that stuff in that bag.
Yes.
And then in the freezer.
Yes.
And then taken away.
Yes.
And you believed that this bag was the same bag.
Yes.
Because of that little dot there.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw the bag.
Well, as Laura put it, I mean, talking about your students on here and bringing work to YouTube is pretty much career suicide. So I do believe that Laura was right when she said that. And I do believe that they're pretty fucking mad. And I also believe that Cindy was so fucking mad that he slipped up on his little fucking troll channel there.
That was the only stain on the bag. Or
not the only stain, but that was a stain that would not go away.
Ah, did you wash the bag?
No, but I tried getting it off.
How?
By rubbing it off,
Okay.
wiping it.
Pardon?
Wiping it.
Okay. Okay. Now, after the thing in the shower, Adam became pretty despondent, right?
What does that mean?
Hurt inside.
Yeah.
And you said that he tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
And you told him that he had to live and be there for the kids.
Right.
And that the kids need him and you needed him and he shouldn't do it.
Yes.
And
Basis?
without your, if I may rephrase, Your Honor.
Oh, you may rephrase. The question is withdrawn. The objection is sustained.
Without saying exactly what you said, you tried to talk about your lives together to give him something to live for.
Yes.
Okay. And the main focus of that was the kids.
Yes.
Okay. The completely changing the subject, I want to take you back to the summer of 2019, and you testified about Kevin and Adam having an argument and you overhearing it.
Yes.
And the argument was about Kevin Montgomery's failure to pay bills that he had promised to pay, right?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. You all were kind of left in the lurch because those bills weren't paid, right?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? When you're ready.
If I may just open.
It's all right, girl. It happens, Julie. We got you, baby.
Trey Knowles, I need you to have a microphone there, so I don't know if you. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Kayla, you just said that part of that argument was about failure to pay bills. Can you tell the jurors what the other part of that argument was about?
Was about Adam hitting Harmony.
It was about, I'm sorry.
Adam hitting Harmony.
Okay. And this bag that you have identified?
Yes.
Is it similar? Is it identical to the one that was brought to the final lodge?
Yes.
Is it identical to the one that Adam left in the U-Haul?
Yes.
And the stains that you mentioned, when did they make it onto that bag?
Before we left Guilford Street.
Before you left Guilford Street?
Yes.
And so that would have been before Harmony's body was ever placed in the bag?
Yes.
Before the defendant murdered her?
Yes.
Before he beat her to death in that parking lot?
Yes.
Was
Sustained.
Was that before he beat her to death in the parking lot?
Yes.
Attorney Smith just showed you several items, saws. And I want to be very clear. The saw in my right hand was what the defendant discussed.
Objection. Meeting. Sustained.
Foundation question. Did he testify on direct that the saw in my right hand was the one that the defendant discussed using to dismember Harmony?
Yes.
Did he say that on direct? Because that's in fact what he did. He discussed using this to dismember Harmony.
Yes, he did.
And the saw on my left hand that the defense attorney showed you just now, was this similar to the item that was under your countertop?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you, she asked you about if that's when the defendant was losing it. What does losing it mean to you? Was that when he was hitting you? Was that something else?
Everything. He was abusive. He, in all ways, physical, emotional, and mentally.
You said physical, you said emotional, and you said mentally.
Yes.
And let's unpack that. How was he physical with you? How was he physically abusive towards you in that period before you escaped him?
He thought that I was telling on him or cheating on him or trying to kill him.
Okay. And how was he physical with you in those interactions?
He wanted me to tell him who I was cheating on him with or if I was working with the cops. And I kept saying that I didn't. And he kept hitting me anyway. And then I started telling him that I did, even though I wasn't. And he still kept hitting me anyway.
And let's talk about that. Why would you tell him that you were doing these things, working with the police, why would you tell him that, even though you weren't at the time?
So that I wouldn't get hit.
Did he still hit you?
Yes.
You said that he was emotionally abusive to you. Tell the jurors about that.
Because he'd go back and forth with telling me to tell him that I was working with the cops, and he would accuse me of sleeping with the guy downstairs, sleeping with all these different people, that I came out of the window one night. I couldn't take care of the kids. He wouldn't let me do anything without him being there.
You said that he was mentally abusive to you. Can you tell the jurors how?
By asking me if I was working with the cops and making sure that I stuck with the story that he brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase. Did you stick to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment. Evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he'd beaten Harmony?
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
Kayla, do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him because he's the father of my children. He was my best friend. It's been hard for me to just let go.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit. You mentioned that after the
she cries for herself, but she doesn't cry for Harmony. I don't understand.
Defendant had beaten Harmony to death after your car died at that intersection. After the defendant realized that Harmony was dead, that he got a duffel bag out of the trunk. And Attorney Smith asked you about him getting that duffel bag out of the trunk. And you said that the trunk would not open.
Yeah.
And he had to go in through the back seats.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors why the trunk wouldn't open?
When the car died, nothing was electronic was working. The windows wouldn't go down. The car just stopped working.
Kayla, I'm going to switch gears with you again. And I'm sorry to bounce around like this, but you talked about Mr. Badero, Anthony Badero, being a source of drugs, an occasional source of drugs.
Yes.
And Attorney Smith asked you about how these drugs would be purchased.
Yes.
And I believe the testimony that she asked you about was that sometimes you'd pay for them, sometimes he'd give them to you for free. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would Mr. Berdero also accept food stamps or SNAP as a form of payment for drugs?
Yes.
And when you were living in the car, is that a form of payment that he accepted?
Yes.
Did that lead to your family having to eat baby food as a result?
Yes.
Who was eating baby food while you were living in that car?
All of us. Myself and the boys in Harmony.
Attorney Smith asked you about trying to keep things quiet in the parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments that morning around 2, 3 a.m. when you woke up and the defendant was beating Harmony, striking her blow after blow. And you talked about the children not screaming. Is that because at the same time he was telling them to shut the fuck up? I think that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
Who was he telling to shut the fuck up?
Harmony.
And was that before, during, or after he was brutally beating her?
Before and after.
Attorney Smith asked you several questions about Harmony, the changes that were happening to her. And she said that it was difficult for Harmony because of all the changes. And you agreed with that, but I want to ask you about that. Was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes that she was going through?
Once you finish the question, and then I'll rule on the objection.
So, Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes she was going through, or because she was terrified of the defendant?
Sustained. Let me rephrase the question.
Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of her fear of the defendant? It's a direct question. It's not a leading question.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's really hard to answer because if she didn't talk and she didn't tell it, tell what happened, Adam sure as fuck wasn't going to. So I don't don't get me wrong. I think she's definitely telling lies. Matter of fact, we know she is because we've caught her in lies. However, I don't think it's like a catch-22. If you want to know what happens, you got to give her a deal so she'll open her fucking mouth and talk. Otherwise, she's not going to.
So, Kayla, was Harmony...
We wouldn't know anything.
Was it because of all of these changes, or was it for some other reason?
Overruled.
And then you go into Adam and her could both get off or not be convicted at all. And then they both get away with fucking murder. So, I as much as it makes me fucking sick, I am glad that she's talking and Adam will be convicted of her murder because I believe I believe both of them should be held responsible. However, I believe at least her father needs to be held responsible and accountable. If they're not going to charge her with murder, they should have at least charged her with fucking accessory or abuse of a corpse. Something harsher than just fucking perjury.
Or was it for some other reason?
I think it was all of it.
And let's talk about all of it. Can you tell the jurors what all of it is?
Adam being abusive, physically and mentally, and everything she went through from her mom and her dad.
And Kayla, when you say Adam being abusive, you're talking about the accidents that she would have.
Yes.
During your cross-examination, this was last week, the defense attorney said during her examination of you that Harmony died in the car with you, right? And you weren't able to explain the answer that you'd given. Who else was in the car with you, with Harmony, when Harmony died?
Adam and the two boys.
And who was striking her repeatedly right before she died?
Adam.
Are you aware that the defense argued in their opening that something happened to Harmony in the middle of the night, and that thing killed her before the defendant was even around?
Right.
So, is that true?
No.
Did Harmony die in the middle of the night alone with you when the defendant wasn't even there?
No.
So when you testified during the defendant's examination that you thought Harmony was sleeping but then found out she's dead,
Yes.
was that in the middle of the night or was that the next day after your car broke down?
That was the next day.
That was after the methadone clinic.
Yes.
Kayla, you were asked last Friday, about a letter that you'd written with various demands. Do you remember that? It's the defense exhibit G.
Yes.
In that letter, you discuss betraying the defendant, and the attorney asked you if you wrote betraying, but you weren't asked to explain what betraying meant. Can you tell the jurors what you meant when you said betraying?
I felt like I was betraying him, Adam, by telling what happened to Harmony. And I was fighting with myself. Because I didn't want him to be mad at me for doing the right thing.
Were you referring to the secret that you'd been keeping for 2 years?
Yes.
Were you referring to telling the truth about him beating Harmony to death? I'll strike that question, Judge. Last week, you were asked to describe a conversation that you had with the defendant where he agreed to take the fall for Harmony's death, but you weren't asked to explain what that meant. What did you mean when you said take the fall, or when he said take the fall?
That he wants me with the children, and no matter what happens, he's the one at fault.
Was he taking the fall for something that you did?
No.
Did you beat Harmony to death?
No.
Was he taking the fall for what he had done?
Yes.
You said that in the spring of 2020, the defendant was acting strange. He was accusing you of telling on him for what he'd done to Harmony. What did you mean when you said he was acting strange?
Every time we got high, as soon as he got high, he freaking out and just accused me of working with the cops, thought there was cameras in the house, the TV, smashed every phone we had, just destroyed the whole apartment.
When you were asked about lying to the grand jury, you said that he was stuck in your head. What did you mean by that?
That I stick with the story that he told me to say.
And that was stuck in your head during your testimony?
Yes.
I want to talk about that list of items that you gave, your requirements, the things that you'd like before testifying. Did you get immunity?
No.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Did she just say no?
Kayla, did you get to keep your...
Did she just say no, she did not get immunity? Because yes, the fuck
children?
She did.
Hampshire State.
Where are you currently? Did you get immunity?
No.
Yeah.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
That was part of her proffer. Yes, it was.
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Kayla, did you get to keep your children?
No.
Do you have any
Well,
rights?
of course not. Fuck. She would sell the food stamps so she could get high.
To speak to them right now. Kayla?
She would sell the fucking food stamps so her and Adam could get high and then sit in the fucking car and feed them baby food. The fuck out of here. She knew damn the fuck well what was going on. I cannot. I'm sorry. I have no fucking sympathy for a motherfucker like this.
No.
Don't get me wrong. I understand people go through addiction. I'm a humble person. I'm telling you now, I understand. But to sell all your fucking food stamps and make them sleep and shit and piss themselves in a fucking car and eat baby food because you want to get high? Fuck.
You said that after the defendant repeatedly struck Harmony, after he put the blanket over her, after she moaned, after the strange crying, moaning stopped, after he did drugs, and after the car died, you thought that Harmony was asleep under that blanket.
Yes.
Why did you think that she may be sleeping after Adam repeatedly struck her?
Because she usually just goes to sleep after.
Kayla, why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does this to you?
Yes, I was scared. And I still cared about him.
Why defend a person that does this to you?
Because I was scared of what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this?
Because for some reason I still cared about him.
Why defend someone that beat her to death?
I don't know. I was scared.
Attorney Smith asked you about a proffer agreement, your agreement to provide information about what the defendant had done, what had happened to Harmony. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she asked you about how none of those statements could be used against you. And I think you
Yes.
agreed with that.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification. And I'm just going to ask that you review that document. Kayla, is that the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the signatures on that final page?
Yes.
Which one do you recognize?
Mine and my attorney and the AG.
Is that the true and correct agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit states what's marked for identification as states 102.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right. The ID may be stricken and be entered as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take it back. Kayla, does that agreement discuss how your statements can be used against you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how your statements can be used against you.
If I lie.
Does it say what other than your statements can be used against you if you lie?
I can get charged with anything.
Does it discuss evidence related to Harmony, her body?
Yes.
Can that information also be used against you?
Yes.
Now, is that the information that you went to that meeting with?
Yes.
And you knew about that before you testified yesterday and today?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember being, excuse me, do you remember being asked by the defense attorney last Friday about deciding to take an agreement with the prosecution?
Yes.
Do you remember Attorney Smith asking you the following questions, and you providing the following answer? She said, "But you knew they had you solid on the perjury charges, right?"
Yes.
And you said right to that. You were never getting around that one. Attorney Smith asked you. You were never getting around that one.
Right.
And so you decided this would probably be...
Overruled.
And so you decided this would probably be the best you could do to get as few consequences as you can, as possible, for your actions as possible, right? Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Because people facing criminal charges make strategic decisions to admit to some lesser offenses to try to limit their legal exposure or get as few consequences for their legal actions as possible, right?
Right.
Now, the defense asked you about that legal strategy. So you think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening, they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying and abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
I think you testified that you were aware of what was said on opening, right?
Yes.
How were you aware?
I'm sorry?
How were you aware of what was said at openings?
I was told by my lawyer.
Your lawyer told you what was said at opening.
I don't know. I'm not like here right now.
Pardon?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Damn it. Now we have to wait. I was trying to fast forward through it, but It ain't working because we're already there. Come on, what the hell?
This is a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break. So I'm going to have you go back into the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the evidence. No further conversations about this between each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. And we will have you, we'll take at least 15 minutes, okay? All rise for the jurors, please. Council approach, you may be seated.
Well, y'all, we've been on here 3.5 hours. Can you put up Harmony's mom and uncle's testimonies for anyone that missed it? Yeah, do you guys want to listen to it? Do you want to come back? What do you guys want to do? I mean, honestly, we've been on here 3.5 hours. I was going to shut it down. So, you want to keep watching? What do you guys want to do? You want to watch on your own? What? You want to stay here and play it? We'll play. I mean, I'll fucking play it. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, shit, I'm just sitting here watching it with y'all. So I'm just bitching about it. So you guys get to hear me bitching. That's all. That's the only difference. So y'all want to keep watching it here? Take a break and we can come back. All right, cool. I mean, I'll roll a blunt. We'll come right back. Fuck it. We'll put it back on. Then here, we'll put it back on. And then we can start it or we'll know when it starts again. You know what I'm saying? We'll have it on and I'll put it up on the screen so we can watch for it to start again. All right, sorry, I let the dogs out, grabbed a soda, give me one. Yep, having a smoke break, was rolling a blizzy dizzy here. All right, so we got that on and ready for when it starts. Y'all can let me know. Yep, having a smoke break. I wonder how the judge who gave Adam custody of Harmony feels knowing what he did to her. Man, I tell you what, that's tough. That's real tough. Hey, AYB, how you doing, love? I ain't seen you around for a long time, baby. I hope you're doing well. You know what? While we wait, we'll play JP's new video. Cause it's a banger and it's fucking hilarious. Okay, we'll play that. Get some good laughs real quick. We'll take a break. This will be our intermission here. This will, take our attention off the case for a minute. Do a quick intermission here. Kind of like, the Super Bowl halftime show. We'll take this a little. Okay, y'all. Laura caught herself trying to call out burnt toast. So let's enjoy the laughs real quick while we wait. I'll wait. All right, here we go. Wings sound good, Nin.
Hey. What's up? I know. Are you guys shocked to see me here today? I know I told you guys I wasn't going to go live, but there's just some things I have to get off my chest. I am so sick and tired of not seeing receipts. I am so sick and tired of burnt toast just sitting over there and co-signing everything the QB queen does. I'm so sick and tired of her acting like she doesn't see the bad things that are happening. But she'll call it out for everybody else. She'll call it out if it was me. She would call it out if it was Betty. She would call it out if it was Molly. But no, she won't call it out if it's Queen Bee. She just thinks that Queen Bee is just the greatest thing in the world. She thinks that she's just the best thing that ever happened to you two. Well, guess what? She's not. So, burnt toast. I'd like to know how you feel about the videos I showed the other day. I'd like to see you call it out. I'd like to see you say something.
Notice how she tries to bring burnt toast into it. That shit was so fucking funny. She made this shit I was cracking the fuck up. I'm like, oh my God, this sounds just like her. Just like her. Trying to involve burnt toast. And why don't you call it out? Well, first of all, it's not her place to sit and call people out. She runs a lolcow channel, not a call out channel. Secondly, it's not your fucking business. Once again, stop inserting yourself like a dirty little tampon, Laura, you little dirty fucking gutter rat.
Have you seen receipts, burnt toast? Because I bet you haven't.
Actually, she has.
No. And
Laura.
Everybody else that wants to sit there and say, Laura had 2 lawyer funds and she never showed receipts. Bitch, sit down. I never had 2 lawyer funds. You show me the proof of where I had 2 lawyer funds. You show me. And then we're going to get onto a whole nother subject of when Cappy came up on my panel and decided to try to sit there. She promoted a hater. She stuck up for Queen Bee. She made me look stupid on my own panel. This is why I don't even do open panels. These bitches think that they're going to silence me? Bitch, please. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. So that is my question to Burnt Toast. I want you to call it out. I want you to do a live and put out all the fuck shit. That's what I want you to do.
Crimes and Fashion, Cappy went up there and said, yeah, she is. Cappy went up there and was like, don't you like JP? She's really funny, isn't she? And oh my God, Laura was fucking hot, Jack. She was so fucking mad. She was so fucking mad.
Okay? Are you going to do that, Burnt Toast? Are you going to do that and go live and do all that? I don't think so. Because you're a liar. That's why. You won't call it out because you're scared. Are you scared of Queen Bee? What are you scared of, Burnt Toast? Why won't you call it out? Why won't you say this?
AYB, this is JP. And she is fucked. Oh my God, she's so fucking funny. She goes in and does parodies of Laura. And they are fucking hilarious, dude. She's done a couple of them. They're like fucking spot on, girl. She sounds like it sounds identical to fucking Laura. Identical. This is the shit Laura was ranting off about yesterday. She kept talking about receipts this, receipts that. And she's like, well, I didn't even donate. So I don't even have no reason to be asking. So I was like, fuck you in them receipts. I ain't showing you shit. How about that? Fuck you. And oh Lord, she had to go make a whole nother live. A whole nother live. I fucking died laughing. So this is her live that she made. And she's like, Burnt Toast, ain't you gonna call this out? You ain't gonna call this out. Anyways, her name's JP and she has some of the funniest fucking videos, girl. You need to go watch it. I just dropped her link in the chat. Go sub up to her if you haven't yet. Oh my God, she made one yesterday about B-Tim and Cindy. She's made a few on Laura and they're fucking hilarious. Like her mannerisms and everything match Laura's. Straight up.
This is a scam.
She sounds just like identical to her when because she's doing it on purpose like a parody. You know what I mean?
I know why.
Fucking funny.
Because you're probably in on it too. That's probably why. And nobody is going to tell me otherwise. I know that I'm right. And I'm saying it right here, right now, that I'm right. I know I'm right. I know what's going on. You think I'm stupid? I'm not stupid. I know. Exactly, Yarn. They think that they're so slick that if Burnt Toast goes live about it, that everybody's just going to believe it. Well, I don't.
Exactly, Crystal. She vapes that big ass can. Shit, when she does that fucking vape, I fall out watching that shit. Is hilarious to me.
Exactly. They think that they just got this whole community.
Another thing too, she is so mad. She fucking hates that JP does these videos and they're funny. Holy shit, she fucking hates it. Oh God, she gets so fucking mad. And she struck down the channel Mind Over Matter. She struck their asses straight down. Yeah, she sure the fuck she did. Oh, and I closed the damn window, damn it. Here we go.
Tricked. But they don't have me tricked. You can't trick me. I can't be gaslit. I can't be tricked. Come on. Open your eyes, people. Fuck. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to come live and do that. I want to challenge Burnt Toast. I'm going to challenge her to have her call out the fuck shit. I'm challenging her to have her stand by her word. If you're going to call it out across the board. Okay? All right. So I will see you beautiful people later. You guys have a great day. I got to go get these last candle orders sent out, and then I'll be live later tonight. And maybe we'll actually see some receipts. Burnt Toast? Are we going to see some receipts? I'll wait. I'll wait.
She's fucking hilarious. Oh my God. She does put Laura fucking perfect. There's so many different videos on there. She's probably got like 10, maybe 15 of them on there so far. And oh fuck. When Cappy went up on Laura's panel and she's like, I think JP's funny. Don't you think she's funny? She's like, you promoted a fucking hater on my panel. But she wouldn't let Julie. She wouldn't let her go up on the fucking panel though. JP, she wouldn't let her go up on the panel. I said, oh God, you're a weak little bitch. Oh, that's fucking funny. Aren't you gonna call it out, Burnt Toast? Well, no, she ain't getting in the middle of your shit. Why the fuck would she? She doesn't insert herself like a dirty tampon like you do, Laura. What the fuck? And like I said, when you show receipts for these goddamn lawyer funds that you made, and when you never hired a fucking lawyer, then I'll show you mine, okay? You show me yours, and I'll show you mine. Yeah, she tried to go up there on her panel, and she wouldn't let her up there. Yeah. So she made a video to her, and then she got word that Laura was trying to have her. Laura was trying to get her docs. Let me see. I truly do not understand. Number one, why does QB have so many accountants? Two, why don't people understand how incredibly expensive it is to pay an attorney when the opposing party dumps 50+ page regularly? Yeah, they don't fucking get it. Well, Laura just does the shit to be a dick. You know what I'm saying? That's all she does. Because she knows damn well. Hold on. Burnt Toast is going to ream her a new butt. I mean, she knew exactly what Betty was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing. There's a video on here of what they're doing. She already said it. What's up, B. Tim?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? How was work?
Oh, same old, same old. Yeah, you're right. It's just ignorance on these people's parts. It seems like they have for people that pay attention to lawyers and truth crime, like little understanding of the civil process and how much expensive it is. There's many YouTubers that have been sued by frivolous lawsuits. Just because it's a frivolous lawsuit doesn't make it less money. It's not like you get a discount.
Right.
Because it's a frivolous lawsuit. It actually is more expensive because the other side has no clue what they're doing and they're given so much leeway to file bullshit. For instance, if you look at Lima, when she's suing BJ, she sued her in California and New Jersey. I believe the California one was thrown out, but in the California one, I believe she filed almost 400 to 500 pages in her complaint when she was able to refile because they didn't dismiss it without prejudice or something like that. So it's like then and she, BJ raised, I believe, $70,000. BJ also was a practicing attorney. She practiced for 2 years. She has a law degree. She had to raise $70,000. Nick Rekieta from Rekieta Law, a practicing attorney. I forgot how many years he's been practicing. He's got sued by Monograph for saying something like saying but they've been going back and forth. He had to sue.
Well, yeah, they know. Fuck, they know how expensive lawyers are. They just want something to bitch about. That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous.
Fucking stupid every single time.
It's just like people just don't want, like, the sad thing is that people believe that shit, and then they like, well, this is a frivolous lawsuit. Well, if it's a frivolous lawsuit, you should be a little bit sympathetic to a person who's getting frivolously sued and having to throw money at a bullshit lawsuit. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. You know, while the lady now, you know what I mean? I'm sure if it was like, you know, Laura getting sued by this bullshit, she'd be crying like every fucking day. Buy my candles, legal fund. Buy my candles.
Lord.
Like, save me from being homeless.
It wouldn't stop.
You know, just
But
ridiculous.
Here, let me here. Let's listen to this real quick. We'll play this again, just as a reminder.
Some pointers on how to make sure that attorney is built. Also gave Andra. My husband also gave Andra some pointers on how to make sure that attorney is built more and more, and she's getting built more and more and more and more and more. I said, make him sit through hours and hours of footage, Adrian said. I agree. Yep, Adrian said, here's the thing. Make that attorney have to sit hours and hours and hours of these streams. He goes,
See, but hold on. In all fairness, I kind of don't want that, because then she can't show receipts for where the money went. If Betty uses up all the money, then she's totally justified. If Betty doesn't use the money and Queen Bee still has $4,000 or $5,000 that were not used, okay, where's the money, QB?
See, she was worried about receipts before I ever even got my fucking lawsuit going. She was worried about fucking money and receipts and running my fucking bill up, and Molly was trying to help her.
Yeah.
I mean, like this has been from the fucking jump. So let's not act like it hasn't been going on for a long time. And we knew the intentions straight from the motherfucking jump. And Laura, your motherfucking ass is just as involved, sitting right up here with Molly talking about how to run a fucking lawyer's bill up. So shut the fuck up.
So Betty, I hope Betty doesn't do that and use all the money.
I'm sure that.
Oh, but that's what she's done. Document dump after document dump after document fucking dump.
Yeah, I mean, like,
the audacity, bitch.
Just
the
ridiculous.
Fucking audacity.
And it's like, what gets me annoyed is that this lady Laura jumps on these panels, fully lies to people, and is never told to explain herself, show receipts, anything about the lies that she spreads. And then we're just supposed to sit here and take it and just not respond to the bullshit lies.
Not say anything. Don't even make a community post, because that's a big deal. Don't respond.
I mean, we're talking about that. Yeah, like that whole situation yesterday. I mean, like the lady, like that person implied that basically you were promoting a scam about when it came to Quentin Simon's burial. And it's like, that wasn't corrected. That wasn't like said, hey, do you have receipts? It's like, come the fuck on. And then when she was told to show receipts, I'll get it to you guys. Then why the fuck would you bring it up?
Carmen up there sitting there feeding into the shit like that bitch wasn't sitting the fuck right over here with us. When the shit went down, she knew damn the fuck well what was going on.
Such BS. Such absolute BS when I heard that. I was so infuriated that you implying that there was some sort of, like, we're trying to scam a little child's funeral, helping someone promote a scam. I was so fucking pissed.
We would never, and they know that. Fuck that.
And you know, I mean, like, if anyone else, if we did that and had someone come on panel just implying that about them, 50 fucking clip channels.
All hell would break loose. Yep.
Yeah. And here I'm supposed to just like, it gets me so annoyed. That got me so angry about it. That was pretty much, I knew the whole BS of letting, you know, those two up there with Sinner and Emmy. Of course they would lie. That shit you just get used to. But like that stuff, that really got me annoyed. That really got me annoyed. Yeah, well.
Absolutely.
Well, this has been going on for like a year, this whole litigation. Almost a year, almost. I think.
Yeah. And June will be a year. About 3-4 months will be a year.
Yeah, and it still hasn't been ruled on. And I mean, I'm confused. How many paperwork? I mean, like it's got to be over 1,000 pages that lady submitted, probably.
Oh yeah, if not more.
If not more, like 1,500. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of paperwork the protective order she did, all that stuff. It's just overwhelming amounts of paperwork that lady filed. And that costs money to read, to respond to. That just costs money.
That's okay.
And then you hear people say, well, what is she going to do when she wins the money? She could have, I'm like, counting your chickens before they hatch?
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't fucking matter what I do with it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, do you
Not
think she
anybody's
has a pot to piss in?
honest. I mean, keeping it 100. Fuck, nobody else had to go through this bullshit. I don't see anybody else's motherfucking names in their bullshit getting fucking read off, unredacted, being doxxed the fuck out. I don't see anybody else dealing with a fucking crazy ass bitch with a frivolous fucking lawsuit and having to deal with all the crazy shit that comes with it and all the lies and accusations and fucking insanity. Nah, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
Shit's insane, man. Like I said, the fucking audacity.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Still in halftime, huh? Still on lunch break?
Yeah, they're doing. Yeah, well, they went through the lunch break already. They're doing like a noon or like a afternoon break. But she was up in here crying her ass off, crying for herself, but not crying for Harmony. It was fucking ridiculous.
Oh, I knew that was the case, man. That's always the case with these
she was
people.
bawling her ass off.
I was working with the cops and making sure that I stuck with the story that he brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing Harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase.
Right. Even though you knew the baby was already dead because you tried to help fucking adjust her in a bathtub when you guys tried to thaw her out and you were outside with her brothers and on the other side of the wall. You knew damn the fuck well that baby was dead. But yet you stuck with the fucking story. Yeah, the prosecutor's making a victim out of her ass, and I don't like that at all.
Well, that's because it's the narrative.
Yeah.
It's the narrative. It's his defense base. It's basically like the whole the defense is basically trying to paint
She's
her
like
out.
their star fucking witness.
Yeah, and I think like the defense is trying to paint her out as maybe as the one that
The
had
drug
more
addict
involved.
one that didn't help, that didn't get help. They let it continue to go on and on and on.
Yeah.
But she is.
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment, evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he'd beaten Harmony?
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
Kayla, do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him because he's the father of my children. He was my best friend. It's been hard for me to just let go.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit. You mentioned that after the defense.
See, now she cries, but earlier she was sitting up here talking about, yep, we just, and notice she put her hair all the way up.
Harmony in the car. And you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay.
Yeah, that effect changes too
Now,
quickly.
when you, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's what you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Anyways, that was a little bit ago. That was a little earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Just seems a little bit like her affect has changed too quickly, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they said this. I said, did Harmony what the what soil her pants or whatever? She's like, yeah. And they said, did you help her clean it up? No. You left her sit in it? Yeah. So she would pee and poop in her pants, and they would make her sit in it for 6 and 7 hours at a time.
Yeah, she abused this child as well. You know what I mean? And she's just going to get 18 months.
Yeah. That's the craziest part to me.
You know, she's going to get 18 months and all that bullshit. You know? This woman kept quiet for 2 years. This woman sat there while this little girl was getting abused, said nothing. But the moment that she got abused and she started getting hit, oh, well, things change. And then she, you know what I mean? Fucking bullshit. BS. Absolute BS. Yeah, she's got a deal. She got immunity to testify, and she got 18 months for perjury. That was what she got. That was a deal.
Yeah, she says on here that she didn't get immunity for that.
She didn't? Okay. I heard that from someone
No,
else.
she did, though. She did. In her fucking proffer. Yes, she did.
Yeah. That's
but
what
the
I
way
heard.
he would say, he says, did you get immunity for this? Or however the fuck he says it. And she's like, no. Yeah, you did. For the murder. Yeah, you did.
Yeah. She got 18 months they made a deal with her. And the reason why they did is because they didn't really have anything else. They need her. Without her, they get no one, basically.
Exactly. That's what I said. I was like, you know what? And it's a double-edged sword because I know, at first I'm like, I don't even know why the fuck they did that, It gave her a proffer. I don't know why they, did the immunity thing with her so she's not being charged.
Get the lawyers, please.
Uh-oh. We back?
We're back.
Yeah, you can stay here. You can come on up. I'm just waiting for the lawyer.
I guess they told them to mute it because they're off the record. I'm surprised they don't keep it muted constantly while they're off the record. That's always the thing. That
they do mute it quite a bit. They mute it quite a bit. Every time they go up to talk to the judge, it's muted.
Which is a good thing because it's like, obviously it's off the record. So, they don't want that recorded, obviously.
Right.
Can still be charged with proffer and if found lying again. Well, hopefully. Maybe she'll spend more time in jail. Judges carry a lot of paperwork. Some judges don't even know how to, if you go, some judges don't even know how to email. They just do everything paperwork. It's like, what is email? I've seen that years ago. Don't worry, Kayla will very likely end up in prison again. She's not going to become a Girl Scout after sentencing is done. She will commit another crime and be in and out a revolving door of jail. Yeah, I mean, she sat there while this little girl was being tortured, and to me, that's just an unexcusable thing. A completely unexcusable thing to do. So, yeah. I don't know what the defense is, to be honest with you. I mean, I get their defense is basically saying this lady's a piece of crap too, But I don't know how that helps them not have the jury believe that this man murdered this child. Like, am I the only one missing that memo, or what? I mean, he admits to moving the remains and all that stuff. I mean, the only thing I think he hasn't admitted was the murdering of the child. I'm pretty sure, right? Seems she could end up with will DA bringing gross negligence, child abuse at some point? Maybe. Do you think not doing anything about the abuse is equivalent to activity of abusive behavior? Well, her sitting there and not changing the diaper, like the pants of a child, to me is abuse, obviously. Especially when you know that's the case. She basically sat there and watched. I don't know. I would say yes. I would say probably. Long and the short answer, yeah. You sit there while someone's abusing and you don't report that shit, that's a problem.
Do you think not doing anything about the abuse is equivalent to actively abusing abusive behavior? Yeah, especially when she's protecting her children and not Harmony.
Yeah.
Her kids didn't get punched in the head and the face and the body and shit. Her fucking kids didn't get fucking killed. She protected them, but she couldn't protect Harmony.
Well, that was before. That was before she ran away with her kid and left the two boys with him.
Yeah, after she watched what he did to Harmony.
Yeah, well, great Mother of the Year award goes this lady. I mean, I get the jury's.
You hear what else she said? That they would sell their food stamps and they would sell their food stamps for dope, and then they would all have to eat baby food.
Yeah, I heard that part. I'm not really surprised with that part.
I'm not either.
I mean, the drug addicts. That's what they do. They sell their food stamps.
That's what they do, yeah.
I mean, and they probably got that baby food donated to them. And it was supposed, and they just ate it. I'm surprised they didn't go to pantries, actually, like Catholic pantries. Probably would have. She claimed
the
she
excuse was that they lived in the car, so they couldn't buy food. Like,
sure,
yeah,
sure. Why were they living in a car? Because they spent it all on dope.
Oh, yep.
I get it, but if the guy admits that he moved the body around,
and then she said that she was in the bathtub, and they were running hot water trying to thaw her body out so that they could move her again, and she was in the bathroom, knowing damn well what he's doing with her, with the Harmony dead in the tub, decomposing. She could have damn the fuck well done anything at that point. She could have fucking walked down, left at that fucking point, called the cops and had it. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, I can't think of a defense. Like, the only thing I can think of as a defense you could do is basically, like, she did it. I didn't do it. I was covering up for her. That's the only thing I can think of as a defense at this point. But
yeah, it's awful. And then when she says, when they're like, "Oh, did you help? Did you help? Did you clean her up?" Nope. Did you help her get cleaned up? Nope.
Nope. Did you just
basically... you left her in her soiled clothes and her soiled pants. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
For hours. Yeah, that's fucking disturbing.
Hells yeah.
No wonder she was, urinating in herself, and, her body was frail and thin. And I mean, she wasn't eating as it was, and she was scared. I mean, she had, had trauma, and her bladder was not trained. I mean, they lived in a fucking car. It's not like she could just get up and go to the bathroom whenever she needed to.
Yeah. It's just messed up. Absolutely messed up. And they sold their food stamp card like they're that.
And she said that the boys, they would soil the hell out of their diapers. And she had 2 in diapers and Harmony back there, and so they would soil their diapers, and she would she would soil the car, and then he would get pissed off and start punching her in the face and in the head and shit. But like I said, it's not like she had a fucking bathroom. She couldn't just get up and go to the bathroom. Where was she gonna go? She was gonna get out of the car and go in the woods, go next to the car. What do you? Where was she supposed to go?
Yeah.
And then they'd make her sit in it for hours upon hours. That's what she just said. Did you help her? Nope. Listen.
But you do recall actually feeding all 3 children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about why you left the Colonial. At that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay. Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that Adam, struck her God knows how many times.
Yes.
And that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap?
No.
When you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
Sort of toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King?
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check?
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her?
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing.
Okay.
I don't remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay. And then you say that at the intersection. By the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay. Not crack.
I don't remember if we did that or not.
Okay. So when you said on direct that it was heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. And so we discussed timing with the Colonial at 7, and then
We're still fucking waiting. Are you serious? What in the hell's going on here? Come on now.
I don't know. Probably because they are,
Probably because Adam's making a deal right now, saying he's gonna just plead guilty. Because that's what he did last time. Waited until
Well.
right up to the trial and then pled guilty to, abusing a corpse or whatever it was he pled guilty to.
Or they're just, the judge is getting paperwork done. Either or.
Right.
I don't know. Could be either or. What a garbage human being. What a complete garbage human being. So
Did the drug dealer that they got their shit from, did he come testify already, or?
Don't know.
Let's see. Anybody in the chat know? Did he come testify yet? Or is he going to? Is he supposed to? Or does anybody know about that? What up, traders? How you doing, baby? Ain't seen you around for a little bit. I hope you're doing well.
That's true. That's true, Crimes. That is true. I might be too nice to her. I haven't heard anything about the dealer. I haven't heard anything either. That's why I was just checking. I was like, I don't remember the dealer even testifying.
Oh, hold on, baby. Look, Linda, she said he's on the list. I sent you a list and email. Okay, girl, let me go check it real quick. We got the list. Got the motherfucking list.
List. Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna do you think they're gonna even finish her today, this witness? I don't think so, man. Because they're gonna skedaddle out of here at 4:30, 5 o'clock. There's no way they're working past 5.
No, she's been gone. It's 4 or 5 days now that she's been going, and I don't know where the hell they're at right now, but
it's not surprising. I mean, their whole case, well, it's 4 days. The whole case is this lady. She's the main person. So I'm not really shocked. Not shocked at all. Let me see. Well, it would be nice that he was forced to be there, but unfortunately, he's not. They might finish her today. I mean, they have a good hour and a half, unless she gets another headache. Because because, it's just inconvenient for her to testify about the fact that a little girl died and she did nothing to help and actually contributed to the abuse of the child.
Yeah, the runaway truth. Urine can cause skin burns by having little girls in their own feces can cause E. coli infection or urinary tract, kidneys, uterus, causing sterility, pelvic inflammatory disease, permanent. Yeah, DMG. It's awful. It's fucking awful. And she says she didn't change her. She didn't clean her up. None of that.
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Right there.
No.
Did you clean
I'm
her up?
interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
I don't know how the hell I just muted you, but I sure did. Fuck.
Oh, it happens,
Yeah, I don't even remember. I was trying to click to open this box, but I just guess I just fucking muted you. Didn't realize. I looked down, I'm like, what the hell?
It's like, what's going on? I always talk to myself.
Yes.
All right, are they sidebarring it?
What you did that day?
Remember that day? I don't remember that happening that specific day.
Yeah, she doesn't remember shit. But when she starts to remember, you guys listen to this.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay? And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And they wanted you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing.
Uh-huh.
On that day, like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in. So it was not me, but if I could make sure mine's off. The police that you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get.
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
Drugs from
Well, I don't know what the fuck it just shut off and did all that bullshit for, but let's turn it back on again.
Yeah. They come back.
They just came back finally?
Yeah, they came back. They're coming back.
Okay, good.
Queen's computer is exploding. That's the timer.
Had to eat myself in all these fucking tabs. Like 15 opening.
Oh my god. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
I try to be like you guys, but I can't. I can't do it like y'all, you know? Jeez, Grizzly's got like 6,000 people in her live. Holy hell. Go Grizzly. She's good. That's awesome. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Where that he said something happened in the night of December 6th to December 7th with you alone in the car.
Yes.
And he also said, were you aware that Adam was conceding that he had been involved in the manipulation? Well, the abuse of the course charge.
Yes.
And the falsifying evidence charge.
Yes.
And you learned this the morning before you testified.
Yes.
And you learned this because your attorney spoke to you about it.
Yes. Overruled.
And learning this allowed you to prepare for the answers that you would give.
Yes.
And you discussed the ways that you would deal with this information.
Overruled. Not really, no.
Okay. You thought about this information and you knew that that was different from what you had told police and the prosecutors before.
Yes.
And you thought about this information and this pointed the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't want to have the finger pointed at you, right?
Right.
And you wanted to think about and prepare yourself for how you would respond to those questions. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And and it was sort of like the prep sessions with the state and with the police that you could think about things that had happened and maybe give a better or different explanation the next time you spoke to someone.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
When the police during your interviews raised questions or skepticism about information that you gave them, you'd sometimes change your statements, right?
Overruled. No.
Well, when the police spoke to you in June 3rd, you said that you were not in the bathroom and that you were not involved with what happened in the shower when Harmony's body was at Union Avenue, right?
Right.
And then the next time you talked to the police, you said you were a little bit aware, and then you slipped up and said something, and the police said, did you cut the clothes off? And you said, yeah, the hoodie, right?
That's not how that happened, but
okay. But you had denied anything, and then as time and their questioning went on, you acknowledged that you were a participant, right?
Right.
Okay. And you talked on direct about Adam losing it in after Harmony's body was in the shower, right?
Not that day, but yes.
Okay, sometime after, right?
Right.
And that he was accusing you of cheating on him,
Yeah.
accusing you of trying to kill him,
Yes.
accusing you of having cameras all over the house,
And other things, yes.
and accusing you of blaming him for Harmony's death to the police.
No.
Accusing you of telling the police.
Right. You already said that.
Pardon?
You already said that.
Okay. So he was accusing you of telling the police that he had caused Harmony's death.
Yes.
And accusing you of telling the police that you were trying to poison him.
Yes.
He was scared of you.
No.
Okay. And none of that was true, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't cheating on him, right?
Right.
And you weren't trying to poison him.
Right.
And you weren't accusing him of Harmony's death.
No.
He had just sort of lost his mind for a while, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, he got violent.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury when you were talking about that time period that he punched you twice.
I don't remember saying how many times, but yes.
Or a couple of times?
Yes.
And that sounds right? Or do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
No, I was going to say yes.
Okay. And he punched you twice, and oh,
The objection is sustained.
you told the grand jury he punched you twice or a couple of times, right?
Right.
And then in March, this started to happen again, right?
It never stopped.
Okay. And you have a picture of, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 99 of you with redness along your eyes.
Yes.
Right? And this is a picture that you took of yourself and sent to other people, right?
Right.
Because you were angry at what he had done to you.
I sent it to my own family.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And you left him,
Yes.
but he was the one that got arrested.
Right.
And you filed a restraining order on him.
Yes.
And went back with your mother for a while.
Yes.
And went to the shelter for a while.
Yes.
And tried to get back with Adam.
Yes.
And you're saying it was not a couple of times in after Harmony's body was taken away, it was constant.
Yes.
And then he had also, we talked about, become despondent and sort of suicidal.
It happened twice, yes.
She just said it happened twice.
Overruled.
And you took care of your kids, right?
Yes.
And took care of Adam.
Yes.
And continued on with your life.
Yes.
Okay. You said that the state asked you about Adam being pure evil, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said you saw in Adam at the time that you say that he was beating Harmony.
Yes.
And you're saying that a child was beaten to death beside you, looking like pure evil, and you continued on with your children and your life with Adam.
Yeah, but it wasn't okay.
Okay. And you did nothing about Harmony's death.
No, I asked him to stop and he didn't.
Okay. I'm talking about after Harmony was died, you continued on with your life, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't okay. It was abusive.
Okay. And you don't like that. Abusive, right?
Right.
And you would not approve of abusive behavior.
Well, I was taking it.
Okay.
When I shouldn't have. It took a while for me to just leave him. It's really hard.
Okay. Now, the duffel bag in the trunk of the car, you eventually got the trunk open, right?
No, we didn't get the trunk open.
Well, you eventually got a bunch of stuff out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
And were you present when the Mr. Badero drove Adam back to the car?
Yes, I was with him.
And the kids were where?
With us.
Okay. And at that point, you were trying to get the rest of the stuff out of the car.
Yes.
And you were able to take some things out of the car.
Yes.
From the back seat.
Yes.
And from the trunk.
Yes.
And let's talk about the letters talking about betrayal. Remember talking about that on redirect?
Yes.
Anyway, those letters were the handwritten notes that were taken from yourself.
Yes.
Right? And you are talking about betrayal of Adam because you don't want to hurt Adam.
Right.
But I think you said on redirect, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And
Too
that's
late.
what you meant when you wrote the word betrayal, was that you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And after you wrote that letter where you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing, you went and lied to the grand jury.
When I was subpoenaed, yes.
And that was after
Yeah.
the letter about betrayal,
Agreed,
right?
Prime.
A few
Agreed
months
to
after,
Lisa.
yes.
And that was not doing the right thing, right?
Right.
Because you knew how Harmony died, right?
Right.
And you knew when she died, right?
Right.
And you knew where she died, right?
Yes.
And the right thing would have been to tell the grand jury that information, right?
Right.
And you did not do the right thing.
Not yet.
Okay. And then I think you said that Adam and you talked about, I think you called it take the fall, because he wanted you to be with the children.
Yes.
So Adam agreed to take the fall for what happened to Harmony to protect you.
No, not just to protect me.
To protect you being there for the children.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said if anything happens, he would take the fall.
Right.
And you expected that he would do that, right?
No.
You didn't expect that he would do that.
No.
Okay. But he did, right?
No.
Ah, okay. Sorry. He took the fall in the sense that both of you represented to other people that he had taken Harmony to Crystal.
Right.
Okay. So he was allowing him to be the focus of anybody's questions, not you, right?
Right.
And you said that you said that Dunkin' Donuts, that you stuck with the story even though you didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts on the 30th, right?
Right.
And I think you said that Adam said make it sometime around Thanksgiving, right?
No.
The story about him going with Harmony off to Crystal. And
Yeah, because we got kicked out of the house, but it was just that time.
Okay. And you were the one that picked the date that you would say that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, you said that you continued with your story even though you knew you didn't work that day, right?
Right.
And you continued with the story because in the middle of grand jury, you learned that they had gotten the Dunkin' Donuts records, right?
Yeah.
And you continued with the story because you weren't prepared to say anything else.
I didn't want to say the other issue of what happened.
Okay. And you had been advised prior to the grand jury testimony, those ground rules were saying every time that you lie, if it's, you might get stacked charges, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that has been the focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry.
You have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
No? Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you continued with the story, right?
Right.
Because you didn't have another one to say.
Because that's what Adam told me to say. I didn't know what else I was going to say. I just with the story.
Okay. So you didn't know what else to say, so you stuck with the story, right?
Right.
And you had talked before about betraying Adam, but weren't ready at the grand jury.
Right.
Okay. And
Yeah, she's impeached her pretty badly. She's
and you
just
said
been
that
shown
you
as a
were
liar.
afraid to do anything because you were afraid of what would happen, right?
Right.
And I think one of the things that you told the state that you were afraid of what would happen was that Adam threatened to have Kevin kill you?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin is the uncle that used to live in 77 Guilford Avenue, right?
Yes.
And the one that was in that fight with Adam that you said that you overheard in the summer.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, they're proving that she's a
State
blatant liar.
your cooperation agreement that you reached before,
Yeah, 18 months.
about what happened that you said happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And one of the things that it said was that your statements couldn't be used against you, right?
Right.
And they wanted the truth, right?
Right.
And you told them when you first spoke after having this agreement that you did not go into the shower at Union Avenue when Adam was manipulating the body, right?
Right. Right.
And that was not the truth, right?
No.
And you didn't get in any trouble for it, right?
Right.
You just changed your testimony, right?
Right.
Basis.
Oh, rephrase.
Okay.
Your statement, right?
Right.
And as time went on and they would approach you with things, you might adjust your statement to fit some of the questions, right?
Right.
Okay. And by that agreement, you were supposed to only tell the truth, right?
Right.
And your story changed somewhat, right?
Right.
And at the grand jury, you were only supposed to tell the truth, right?
Right.
And you lied.
Right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Your Honor, no further questions.
All right, you may sit down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Courtney Garcia to the stand.
I think she's on something, but I think it's not messing up with her testimony. So I don't think it's going to be like defense going to go at that. I just think they want to impeach her testimony as making sure that they show that she's lied multiple times and that she's not a victim in all this. She's also part of all this. So.
When you get there, if you could please just remain standing for a brief moment. Ms. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
And feel free to pour yourself a glass of water if you'd like for any reason. Ms. Garcia, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. My name is Courtney Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What kind of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
Sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
Okay. And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
Please, John.
2 minutes.
Garcia, I'd like to show you what's on Mark State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. The same man, Adam Montgomery, that we're talking about?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. I'd like to ask about Thanksgiving of 2019, if I can.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
In the evening.
I'm sorry, in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually. You saw him in the evening, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him in the evening, let me ask, did you become aware of where he was living at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Sebring, very bald tires, silver to my knowledge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Bestataquag, I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
A lot of approaching the bench. So I can see I'm just wondering what the objection would be about this, to be honest with you, that they would approach the bench and not want the jury to hear, but, to be a fly on that wall, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of breaks on this one. A lot of breaks. Let's see. So how you guys doing? Good? I don't know. Maybe hearsay. Not sure. Shocker. Kyla's story doesn't match up. Shocker. I thought she was such a truthful and honest person. Jeez Louise. I mean, she sure doesn't sound like she's lying. Not at all. Not at all. But yeah, the whole thing is pretty bonkers.
In regards to Thanksgiving and staying, what did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation you directly had with the defendant?
Yes.
And I believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day, did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their two sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the back seat, or did you just know that she was there?
I just know that all three children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children. It's not what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
Thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about the couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes. Or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to her mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
Okay. And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No, he did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened, or how it happened, or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, not.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis? I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home. Adam could not.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Hi, Ms. Garcia. You indicated on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night.
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it.
Yes.
Kayla wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
Nothing else we'd ask this witness to be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Ms. Kimberly Frame to the stand, please. Thank you. That the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Frayne, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberly, Kimberly, Frayne, Frain.
Thank you, Ms. Frayne. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry. What are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay. And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years.
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time. So I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
All right. And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
Like 5 years,
About 5 years?
maybe.
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And what was when you, and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First, I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her?
Yes, I babysat her and the 2 boys, or 1 boy at the time, at my house.
At your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year at the end of 2019. All right?
Okay.
Right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time?
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that the car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jumpstart their car. And I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said maybe they messaged you or reached out on Facebook. Is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberly Frayne?
Yeah.
And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out, or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to meet them, first of all, what was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought a jumper pack that my ex-husband had, and a Good Samaritan came by and him and Adam jump started it, and Kayla jumped in my car with the 2 boys and we just blasted the heat to keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and 2 boys?
2 boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that you had babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the 2 boys?
No.
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
No.
And I believe you said a Good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is or even know who that
No,
is?
it's just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. And I guess I'll ask this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No, I was distancing myself from them at that point.
Do you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of 2019? Okay. Just that it was very cold out. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Another sidebar. Jeez Louise.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Fran. I have one more question just for you in general. With regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to the conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in her pants?
I don't think so. Not him.
Not him?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
Maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, remember. If you don't, you don't. That's okay. And so you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Counsel, you want to move? Come up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Sebring.
It was a silver car.
Okay. This was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. Blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them I think I told them it was the silver car, but
Okay.
it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that. Huh?
Yeah.
So what changed when you first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
I just couldn't remember the time frames because it was so long ago.
Okay, so I understand that, but what changed your recollection of the type of car?
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you said at first you told him it was the Sebring, but then the blue Audi when they first started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Counsel approach.
I wonder if they're going to do another witness too before the end of this day. Yeah, well, yeah. Brett Hill. That's an interesting question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's the situation, what they're planning on doing. I mean, like, they might not have enough time for another witness unless it's really short, like these other
10
two
of
were.
4, and I don't want to get started with another witness.
Yeah.
And take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day. I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks. throughout
Might
the day.
cancel
The
tomorrow.
weather actually
It's a snowstorm
better than originally anticipated.
in Boston. But not in this state, I'm not sure. But
That's right. So we're used to weather, but it does not look like it is going to be the significant weather event that they had originally predicted.
okay.
So I'm going to keep an eye on the weather throughout the night. At this point, the court will be open. We will. I have every expectation that we are going to go forward tomorrow with trial. So I'll need you here at 45. If anything were to change, we would let you know well before then. I know we have contact information for all of you. I'll double check to make sure that that's correct. So keep an eye out on your email or text messages, but
Yeah.
I think it is extremely unlikely that we would not have trial tomorrow. So you should all plan accordingly. Put your boots beside the door. So 8:45 tomorrow morning. As I said, don't read anything about this. Avoid all news media regarding this case. Don't look anybody up. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention today. All right. Thank you.
Well, they left earlier because they don't want to be here past 5.
Downstairs and make sure she has everybody's contact information.
And was that Dolly in the courtroom?
I heard someone say that's Dolly. That was Dolly. Is that bald guy? No, that's not him. Okay. That kind of Dolly would have wore a hat.
No, they would have made him take his hat off, you know, and pretty sure.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. You can be seated.
So he must have PJ streaming it while he's there.
I don't know if they're streaming. Let me see.
Yeah, they were earlier. I don't know if they still are, but they were earlier. But I didn't know. Firefly, that's him. I'm fucking done.
You can do it from there. I think
It would make
Yeah,
sense.
he's
He's
jumping on the
privileged,
JLR
but otherwise,
train.
I say do it from there.
Well, you know what? It's not the worst. You know, if he's just in the courtroom, just reporting on it, yeah, it's not too bad. It is
Yeah,
what it is.
man.
It's not like, you know what I mean? At least that's not like disruptive. He's just going there doing the true crime thing. It's not too bad. So whatever. Maybe it's a new leaf. Don't forget to bring up how the iPhone Health app is known for log and stops while driving. Oh, I already did that a while ago. Yeah, we're probably going to go, you know, yeah, that stuff I already talked about. There's actually an expert that says it on Court TV that talks about it as well when they brought it up. Yeah, I saw Dolly a minute ago. They were laid back and chilling. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it is what it is. I think he was originally planning on going down to like Boston with the Karen Reed, but that got pushed because I think they're waiting for
He was down there because I guess, went and got pictures in front of Karen Reed's, in front of the house that John O'Keefe died at, and like he was all over down there, I guess.
Yeah, my advice to you, Dolly, be careful. Like these people, like the freak Karen Reed, these people are crazy. Like I'm telling you, like strangely enough, I'm telling you to be careful. But yeah, you want to be careful with these people. There was like Yellow Cabin Tales was threatened with a gun. Someone threatened him with a gun, like they were going to shoot him on a live stream, like with on his chat. That's like and they sent like tampons.
Wait. Somebody came in his chat and said they were going to shoot him?
Yeah, they threatened him with a gun. There's like a little there's a clip of it on Twitter.
No shit.
Yeah, they were like threatening him. Like, yeah, it's just crazy.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's like he's getting fucked with. They also I see him all the time. Some of them just jump in there and start saying like his home address and shit, and he has to delete it right away. They really fuck with people. They're also sent like a box of tampons to like the home of Grant with a note. It's like a picture taken. So it's like that's just like, you know, they think it's funny, but they're also like sending stuff to him. So it's like, yeah, be careful. That's my advice to you, Dolly. Probably the best advice you can get from here. Those people are crazy. Dolly stays trying to run away from the old gal at home.
Well, Cindy's police report was FOIA'd.
Really?
Yeah, check it out. Read it off.
Where is it? Oh.
Stuff on the screen.
Like, I was reading it and I saw location friend's basement. I was like, yeah, this is fake. I was like, what? Okay. On 2/8/24, I received an email from a name that doesn't exist from a location that cannot be traced. In this email was a nursery rhyme and a screenshot of my girlfriend's deceased grandmother's phone number from a comment thread from over a month ago on Gina Diamond's channel. Around the same time, quote, Blink Screen sent my girlfriend the same screenshot as a courtesy for her to get it removed. It's obvious by this action that quote, BS, end quote, wrote the comment a month ago under a fake name and waited to send it to us as a form of blackmail, although nothing was requested. The screenshot shows an avatar with quote, NWH, and end quote. It's obvious the person's no wire hangers.
No wire hangers.
Yeah, no wire hangers is involved, although we don't know how. This was all done at the request of Queen Bee and her hive, who are the ones at fault, since I personally started, quote, the movement about her vile ways. None of this can be proven in full investigation. None of this can be proven, and full investigation needs to be placed on these avatars. You got to remove that thing. It's covering the last part of it.
And it says, look at the officer's name on top.
Yeah, but you got to remove the comment because I can't. Okay. The officer's name on top is Officer I invented. Officer invented. I just look up. Since the onset of the movement, my girlfriend has lost 120 subs, and it's not my fault. It's the hive's fault. And that's all I can read because it says trigger warning stuff like on the bottom.
That's it.
Yeah,
it's not my fault. It's all the hive's fault. That's the end of it.
Yeah, he's so fucking sad. That was so sad.
No. Look, Davis fan posted it on her Twitter wall.
Oh my god. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you do shit like this and you really mess your stuff up, man. You get made fun of. Like, it's just everyone's just gonna clown you now. No, this is obviously written up. This is fake. This is a joke, by the way, just in case. Obviously, his location would not be friend's basement, and it wouldn't be officer invented, and timestamp wasted. Yeah. Shooter identified as a woman identified in search warrant as Trinity. Oh, you talking about the shooting at the church, Texas Blue Bonnet? Yeah, just crazy. Crazy. So. Let me see. Whoever wrote this. Yeah, whoever wrote this was definitely was funny. Definitely a funny little thing. The church, yes. Oh, yeah, that's tragic situation. He walked to the police station. Well, it is what it is. I don't know why he wasted his time. He looks like a complete fool, a moron, and he's a joke. Now, he could have just, you know what I mean? Like, the thing is like, you could have just, it's obviously a way for him to just create content because that's the only way he can create content. You know what I mean? How many times when a person wants to listen to fuck Queen Bee, fuck the hub, they're doing sleazy stuff, dirty stuff behind everything. They're behind everything. Fuck Queen Bee. Corrupt criminals. Terrible people. Evil. Whatever. And it's like, okay, bro, are you gonna talk about something else? No, I don't have anything else to talk about. I know I say I'm a fucking painter and I have such creativity and stuff, and I'm a smart guy, but there's nothing else I can talk about but just cursing at people. It's like, okay, bro. Okay. It's like, tell us how empty you are in your head by not telling us how empty you are in your head. Like, Like you could talk about dozens of topics, probably dozens and dozens of topics. If you want to be a call out channel, there's probably plenty other channels you can call out. But like it just shows that you're lazy, you're money hungry because you're like, I'm going to drop my Cash App after this. But before it was all about me doing the right thing. Okay, bro. Okay. Sure. Maybe you should sell some paintings.
His movement is money, and is moved by money.
Yeah, moved by money. It's like, yeah, way to drop that at the end. Yeah, I'm trying to clean up the streets here, but here's my okay, bro. Which I don't mind people like donating or whatever, but like don't sit here and just shit on other people for getting donations, and then you're like, I'm gonna drop my Cash App. Okay. Why are you shitting on other people, getting super chats and stuff like that, and then you're doing the same thing? Seems kind of like bullshit to me. Just my thought process. His first attack was wild and unjustified. His first attack was filled with ignorance and stupidity and lack of tact, where he would understand that maybe he would probably come up and have a conversation with people and see what the situation was. Instead, he comes up here and he just like thinks he's Captain Saberhole, and then he proceeds to go into a chat and start in Discord and start cursing and fighting with the person. Like, then we ignore the guy for months, to the point where, but every single time he did his sourpuss and whatever, he would talk about Queen Bee, even though like the subject matter was Bullhorn Betty, and it was just so stupid. Each child who was injured was with her. No words on malicious yet. Okay. Friends of sarcasm. Yeah. Oh, jeez. I think Queen dropped off for a moment. She's kind of in the car, so she probably dropped off because she's coming back or something like that. So it is what it is. Him being from Cali, could totally see him trying to use that too. Let me see. What did Linda state about him being from Cali? He walked uphill both ways in the blizzard. Yeah, that's for sure. He was shot in the leg in the hospital. So, let me see. Welcome back, Queen Bee.
Yeah, I muted myself on the phone. Anyhow, we've been on here like 5.5 hours or something, so I'm going to jump off here for a while. I'm tired as hell now. We've been on here a long ass time.
Yeah. I'll see you. I'll see you around. Bye.
I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out, B. Tim.
No problem. Bye.
We'll see you later, man. Bye, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you, guys. And I'll catch you on the flip side. I'm not sure if I'll be on tonight or not because we were on here 5.5 hours, and I got stuff to get done, and I'm tired. So I will. I'll let y'all know. We'll chit chat in Discord or something or whatever. I unlisted the live for right now for later because I don't want to keep it up if I'm not going to be able to get on there. So anyhow, I will keep y'all updated. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And I'll catch you on the flip side. Have a good one, y'all.